Okay. Let's think here. I am working on a game jam, and currently I'm building tools. Tell you what, let me just show you the game jam itself. Let's see here. I don't know if it's gonna be showing up. When does it start? It starts the 27th. You know what? I probably just look it up here. Yeah, here it is. Okay. So, this is a group I'm part of called Society of Play. Anyone can join it. It's open to anybody. We just ask you be respectful of people. It's not always easy for everybody, but yeah. So this jam's gonna start soon. The great thing about it is that you're literally just encouraged to make crap. There's not a lot of regulations, so I'm working on some like tools because in the past I have in my few years as like an amateur game developer, it feels like a lot of the projects I have all these ideas, and no matter how simple a game is, it always feels like it gets into this spaghetti madness mess. And I know why. A big part of it is just like architecture, because you could follow simple tutorials and that'll show you like how to do this or how to do that. But a game has to include everything working in one big system. And I think recently I've started to gain a bit more of a foothold on like how am I going to architect, like really plan out a game. But another nice thing that I thought about recently, I was reading a book. I have a book on game like design. Tell you what, let me look it up. Um, Honestly, I don't even think I could look it up here. There's probably way too many. Programming. I have this one. This one's just beefy. But there's a different one that is. Yeah. It's this one, except that's German. Game programming patterns. Yeah. Yeah. So, I recommend this book. I recommend get it however you can, get it wherever you can. But I found it pretty helpful. It's called Game Programming Patterns, and it's a pretty good read. It's not that complicated. It's I think it's pretty fun and pretty self-aware, which is nice. And it definitely has that. It feels like a book written for somebody who, they might have a bit of programming under their belt, but they're not like, I don't know. Sometimes it feels like certain books are written by people who build game engines for people who build game engines. But that's not always helpful if you don't know what the hell you're doing. So this definitely feels like a really nice intro. And something that they pointed out is how you typically have like people who make. Um, let's open up our drafting software here. You have in a game. Oh man, that's rough. That's very pink. This is so. I don't know why I'm complaining about these colors. Um, so you have a few little areas, if you will. Um, you've got like this layer up here. I'll just call it creative, and creative is kind of loose, but really it's like, um, it's art, it's music, it's models, like any kind of assets that you're gonna see in the game that are very important. And then you're gonna have like down here, we're gonna call this like um, engine code. Um, and all the engine code is like, I mean, part of it is graphics, but part of it is like dev tools. And there's like, there's more stuff. And forgive me, I'm no expert on this stuff. I'm still learning a lot, but um, you typically have people who like build different parts of your engine, and then you will have this like you'll have all the creative stuff, and then you've got like this middle area, and I've never worked on a team with this, but I'm just trying to understand it as best I can. Oh, I'm just gonna call this like design. So like levels and stuff. And in the past, everything I've done has just kind of been mixed together. Like I've used Godot, but I've kind of had that thing of like, oh, I'll just design the game and plug in all the creative stuff. But I think the problem with that is that even if you're using a different game engine, you still kind of need this to be its own like layer, you know? Because I've always kind of put it in here, and then all this stuff is also here, and then this stuff will sometimes call this stuff, which and this stuff, and also and it like it just becomes this horrible mess before long, no matter how simple the program is. So what I want to do instead is say, I've got my own little I've got my own little pocket here. I'm going to call this Dev Tools. And then the engine that I'm using right now is Godot. So we'll say like all the engine stuff we let Godot handle, and you're gonna use a lot of their tools. But ultimately there's still just like things that I need to interact with. Like if it's like I have to use different hats because there's a part of me that wants to design levels and the UI and put everything together. But then there's a part of me that's like, I need to make sure that I have tools that work well. So I'm trying to actually separate what those are. So, for instance, this is the most directories I've ever had building a game. We have like vehicles in this game, is what I call them, and there's this, which is called Gomi. Gomi is, as I understand it, it's Japanese for like trash or like rubbish. So it's just a little blob of trash, right? This is just the thing we're going to interact with. The vehicle is what we control. But then I have a bunch of testing stuff. I call this testing movement. I should call this testing vehicles. Actually, before I do, I need to make sure I am in the right thing. I'm in add systems right now. I can rename it. It's fine. Whoa, vehicles. Yeah, and so here we have an actual test system for our Gomi. And forgot to plug in the controller. So here we go. I mean, we can use arrow keys and stuff too. But it's this big, this little weird wad of trash that we're going to roll around a level. And you might be thinking, okay, well, that's one little thing you've got going on, but what's the point? The point is to roll it into a goal. And we have a test for goals too. So we spawn a little Gomi, and it goes through. And this test literally just tells us that something went through. And that's it. And I can just reset the spawn. It looks like all the collisions and everything works. If we look into the actual test code, there's really not a lot here, and it's pretty straightforward. And it's like, this is fine for a test, you know. Like, I hit, you know, space bar enter key, which will do that. I have a spawner. Um, the type is set to Gomi, and all I do is I say, hey, whenever the goal is entered, just print to the console. That's all I want to know. That's it. Um, a more complicated test is this, the switch test. But at the end of the day, it's still pretty simple. We have two spawners here. They're going to spawn something called a flyer and then give it an impulse to basically throw it at our switch, because our switch can be thrown and it'll move from one side to the next. And then we just print that. So here we go. That's it. And this test scene is just testing to make sure that if this flyer touches this switch, it's really, if you can see the little collision boxes on the side, technically it reacts when it hits those, but it's moving so fast that it still bounces off the switch, which is, I want that as well. I tried to get it to move when it bounced off, but that was a bit more of a collision kind of pain and nightmare. And frankly, I'm like, this is, I mean, it is adequate, you know, it does the job, and it's much simpler. You just keep doing this and doing that. Anyway, that's it. So every little mechanic I have in this puzzle game that I'm building, we have a test for. This is just testing whether or not a light turns on or off. Let me think this one. That's light. Test reset level. I think I built this one the other day. Did I? Huh. When did I build this? Well, it doesn't exist, so I'm not gonna worry about it too much for now. But anyway, so these are all the mechanics. The mechanics are stuff a user is going to interact with, right? So here's where I actually build them, and here's where they're actually tested. Now I also have systems, and a system is, in this case, since it's a puzzle game, I have to make sure that I have something called a puzzle system, which is literally just a node, and inside of the node, we have a bunch of types for keys. And anytime a key is triggered, basically if it's like switched on or activated, we run it through this handler. And this handler just says, for every key, we're going to run a check function. And this is just the parent class, so it doesn't do anything. But we're going to say we're going to run this check function here. And if it is false, so the key is like off or not activated, we're going to return it. If it loops through everything, and these are all true, then we will unlock our lock. So, oops, sorry. If we test our puzzle system here, if I hit 1, it'll throw the switch. If I hit 2, it activates this thing called the basket. And then this is a cover. This will sometimes be over the goal. If I hit space, I can reset it. So I can hit 2, I can reset, hit 2, reset, hit 1, hit 2, activates, hit 2, hit 1, activates. This is just a test to make sure our puzzle system works as a system. But I think the great thing about having that is that, you know, even updating some of this, like I originally created like the mechanics separately, but then I gave the switch and the basket a parent class. That's test basket. I'm sorry. I gave them a parent class for key, which they both need to at least have. They have to have a check function. So this one will return if it is triggered, and the switch returns if it is thrown, which is nice because I can keep my own variable names. All the check needs to do is just say, hey, whatever you need to check it and return true or false. That's it. So this puzzle system is pretty straightforward in terms of like actually functioning. And then, of course, the lock was the cover. And so the cover itself, I gave it lock and unlock. Unlock, unlock, of course, opens it. It'll tween it up, and then lock just resets it. But these are all like the mechanics. And then the actual system itself, of course, is like where do we store all this? Where do we manage it? You can see I've got, you could just put them all here because they're exports. The variables are. Like here in our test puzzle system, I've given it a cover, I've given it this basket and this switch. And that's it. That's all I should have to worry about for this system. The great thing is, as a level designer, if I switch hats, all I have to do is put these things in a level and plug them into our system. I don't have to worry about a thing. We're probably going to, in fact, we actually, if you think about it, like, you think, well, what if I want to play like an unlock sound? Okay, I'll do that in here. But the puzzle system will handle that. Or like if there are sound effects to these things, like a switch getting thrown, that sound effect should be in the switch. But the level itself, like, doesn't care about the puzzle, really. The level just needs to be concerned with, like, it'll look like this in a way. It's like, all right, you got a bunch of stuff, you have a camera, you got lighting and everything. Here's your mechanics. Handle that somewhere. And don't bother the test system about it. Notice the test system, it doesn't have any idea what this puzzle system does. All we're doing in this test system is just like manually throwing functions or resetting values. That's it. And that should look kind of like how a level looks, and that the level will interact with things, but it's not going to have any idea if the puzzle is set. All it really cares about is, do you finish the level, or if you want to like reset it. So, which is another great thing, because in order to test all of these things efficiently, I have to give them a reset. But in doing so, I've kind of made it so that if someone wants to reset a level, they don't have to reload and reinstantiate like everything in a level. These three things, for instance, would just need a reset. Like, notice here, if I reset this puzzle, or if this test, which is sort of a level, I can move stuff around, but if I hit reset, I'm not resetting the camera, I'm not resetting the lights, I'm not resetting anything other than these mechanics, because that's really what matters. So it's been nice because not only do I have these simple tests that I can have a mechanic and I can just make sure that it works on its own. Whereas before it felt like I would just kind of build stuff into a level, and then, everything has this chaotic effect of like, you've got your root node for your game, and within that you're like, oh, I have a main node, and within that I have like levels, and within that I have stuff and more stuff and more stuff, but like then things are connected to this, and this is connected to that, and these are talking to this, and sometimes this, and it just becomes like this constant like nightmare of everything is plugged in, because nothing is considered within these layers. Nothing is considered to be separate. I put creative on top. I don't know if creative should really be here. Creative is stuff that probably ends up going more into here and a little bit into here. But nevertheless, like having this where I'm building tools, I'm building systems, and I'm testing them independently, like this I think is extremely helpful and has allowed me to make a lot of very simple, straightforward progress. Because it's like I haven't done any work on the game, but I know if I build adequate tools, if they are sufficient, and if I have systems that can connect them together easily enough and those work, then building a level is not going to be as difficult. And it'll certainly keep a lot of that stuff cleared away where I can just, it's like everything is supposed to be modular. The problem is you have to maintain that as you also develop, Because if you don't, then everything is just connected to everything else, and it becomes this nightmare to deal with at some point where you're just like you don't know how to do anything, or if you need to change something, it's like impossible to change because everything is so deeply integrated. So, hopefully, with this approach, it'll be a lot more straightforward. I also wish I could stream some of this, but I was building some of this early on with a friend, and they're a little shy, so I felt like it was better to just work with them um, rather than, I don't know, like try to force a whole streaming thing. So, but I don't know. There's not much. Like anytime I build something, I mean, I'll go through it today. I guess the process of what I do. Speaking of which, I'll move that here. So what am I testing today, or what am I building? I'm building something called a cinematograph, and it's going to be pretty custom. Um, but I feel like I feel like making it custom might be the best way about it. Because I think you could probably make it very modular. But for now, I think I want to make something a bit more straightforward. So unlike the puzzle system, which takes, some set of keys, some array of keys and one lock, for this cinematograph, I want to have, so I'm picturing my UI as like where you have a camera and you're like, all the UI stuff's like going to be 3D. So you interact with it, and you click an option, and then that camera is going to like go over here. And then you can, go back to the main menu. And then you click another option, it'll take you here. And you'll, like for credits, I have this idea of having like a billboard and like everyone's names listed, and then you click back, and of course you're back at the main menu. And you want to go to level select, so you go here and you can select levels. Yeah, those are some of the ideas behind like the camera. And to do that, we're gonna have to do a few things. For one, we're gonna have a bunch of camera paths set up, and each one is going to have take an enum of something called a still, and these are just hard put in here. So we have our root, which is like where our main menu shot will be, our credits shot, our settings, and our selection for level select. Then I'm going to put cameras for the cinematograph. And for each of these cameras, there's going to be those. Oh, and there's going to be paths too. So root, what would I call this? Root credit path. That's going to be a path 3D. I'm keeping all these separately because I want to be able to edit them outside the cinematograph. I don't know. This one's going to be a little painful. I might honestly keep these as children of the cinematograph. It's a little tricky. Because now that I think about it, it's like the cinematograph is going to be what the UI talks to. And it'll just have like a function like traverse. That'll be it. So we'll like call on a path, for instance. Yeah, this one's going to be a little. Let's see. Route to credit, route to setting. settings. I should call this settings. Selection. Okay. That'll be a path 3D as well. And then we'll have route to selection path. I don't know. Part of me is like, I wonder if I should make this a 3D node with editable children and then pass these into that. Or just keep those separate and the cinematograph is like something that manages all the systems. I feel like I probably will do that. Who knows? Cinematics might just be a bigger component. But anyway, for now, let's think. We're going to have all of this stuff. And we're going to... These cameras are going to be disabled or disactivated. And what we need to do is that when we're ready, we need to go through and like connect the end path nodes to the camera position. Yeah, so let's see here. Like root credit path is gonna, damn it. You have a path 3D. Right, a path has a curve and a curve has points. And point in, point out. Let me think here. This will be tricky. The positions need to be the same. Let's see. No, set point position. The point position, it'll be, we'll say the root position. Shot position. And it will be this. And we're actually just going to copy that for all of them. So we'll have the root settings path and the root selection path. Okay. Now for each of them, let's see, we need to have the credit position equals credit shot position, and let me think here. The root credit path curve set point position. Get points. Point count. -1. You can just do that. Okay, cool. And they're all gonna look like that. So these are all the end points. Instead of root credit path, it'll be root settings path and root selection path. Best views. Oh, yay. I can't believe it. I'm so excited to go to that website and click every single link that could be presented to me. Okay, so this is all the points we have. And, ooh, that's the wrong shot, isn't it? So that's not the credit shot. It's the settings shot. And this one is the selection shot. So here I'm saying I want to make sure that all these cameras, that at least the positions are correct for what they're facing. And another thing I'd like to do is make sure that the direction that they're facing is equal to the curvature, because we're gonna have the camera traverse these paths. So we want to make sure they move smoothly. Let me think here. Does it point out? Huh. Yeah. Oh, whoops. Yeah, set point in, set point out. I think it has to be, I guess normalized would technically be good. Maybe. I don't know. That's kind of a tricky one. Because if you don't know how paths work, a path, let's say you'll have, oh, give us another one. Let me think. Yeah, all right, here's a point. Here. Oh my God. All right. Here it is. That's the key. So here's a path. It's pretty sharp. So one thing you'll typically have is, why is it all zeros here? It's really weird. Well, anyway, let's see, that's path in, path out. Yeah, so now they've got a bit of a curve here, and we want that. But I don't know. The path in and out is definitely going to shape the direction. Because the camera should kind of like navigate. It'll kind of go along the path. See? Wow, we're doing great. You know, and then end up like here. So for a start, the intro needs to start. The camera facing and the path out need to align. And then in the last position, the camera facing needs to be the opposite of the path in. This is going to be great. This is going to be a nightmare. Oh, we'll try. We'll try our best. So that's the positions. Okay. I feel like I'm gonna do this in like another function or something. Setup, yeah. Let's just like take care of some of this stuff elsewhere. Set. We'll say align positions. And this whole function is going to do this. And you will not be a comment within, you will be the descriptor of the function itself. Cool. So we're going to align positions. And then we're going to have another function. We're going to align directions. We'll call that too. All right. Yeah. Okay. Root credit path, curve, set, point out for our initial index. Is going to be our root shot. Excuse me. And it needs to be like the forward. It's going to be basis. Hold on a minute. Forward would be negative z technically. Let's see. Camera, but a camera is a node, and the node. Is there not like a forward vector for basis? I'd really like that. I can understand if we're not going to have that. I just prefer it. Okay. We'll keep the Z. I think that it'll maintain its upward position. Who knows? Maybe it won't. Root credit. No, sorry. Let me think here. Var root direction. There we go. All right. And then for the rest of these, the root credit path. I'm guessing I'm probably going to call them like this, aren't I? Oops. Let's make sure we get all these lined up properly. Because these are all going to be the same. I want them the same position and the same direction. And that way there's not like a weird hop or jitteriness if it goes from one to the other. Because then that would be terrible. Let's see here. Credit shot, basis, and let me think here. It's like the opposite. Let's see. We're not setting position. We're setting, this sets point out. And these I want to set point in. And it will, I think, technically be that basis because positive Z goes backwards. So let's see. Here we go. Basis Z. I think that should actually do it. So this should hopefully align our directions and our positions. This is a lot already. So I'm just going to actually make a test now. And let's see here. Test cinema graph. And within our test cinema graph, we are going to include the cinema graph node. We want to actually have test cinema graph. Testing systems, test cinematograph. There we go. Within our, why can't I grab this? We're gonna just copy the camera and the world environment here. Whoops. And in fact, we're not gonna use this camera. We are gonna have a camera. And we're gonna have 4. Well, anyway, we're gonna have 4, and we're gonna make them children of this node. We're gonna add 4 paths. Or no, 3 paths. I'm sorry. So here we go. And there's our cameras. So, let's think here. I want an easy way to add some like objects to look at. I keep hitting the wrong button. We're gonna make a bunch of very simple meshes. Yep. So there's that one. And the first camera is simply going to look at this mesh. Lol. Where are you? Here you are. There we go. No rotation, no nothing. Actually, we'll probably, we'll mix it up a little bit. All right, let's get an angle first, and then we'll rotate. All right, there we go. This will be our root camera. We'll call this our root mesh. Again, this is just to look at so that we know if like the camera does any weird stuttering, having an object to look at will help. Because if we don't have anything, we just have this big blank gray world, we're not going to really notice it. All right, so we have our root camera, and then we're going to have our credits camera. And that camera will be... I don't know, let's bring it up. Let's swivel it around. Oh my God. I feel like, God, okay. Here we go. Yeah. That's fine. I'll make this mesh bigger. Yeah, big old billboard. Why are you changing your size to? I didn't say you should do that. Oh my God, they've copied the... oh God, I hate it when it does this. It's so stinky and awful. All right, a new one. I want a new mesh. Tell you what, you're going to be a quad. And you're just... I can't even see if that's it. Oops, wrong dimensions. All right, credits camera. You can kind of see it. There we go. Cool. All right. I'll rename these two. Yeah, root mesh, and then this one is going to be called the billboard mesh. And let's have another one. Another mesh instance. And this one's going to be a capsule, and we'll make it a little bit bigger and a little bit taller, and we'll move it over here somewhere. Sure. All right, third camera. That's dynamically interesting. Yes, good. There we go. All right, cool. Settings camera, and we'll call this settings mesh. Obviously, it doesn't make any sense to call it that. It's more just giving them the matching name, so I at least know they're in the right zone. Okay, and then let's put something like way down in Goblin Town, and this will be the selection mesh. And it'll be a prism. Cool. Oh, wow. Neat. And then the final camera is going to be over here. Rotated. Sure. Okay. Selection camera. Good Lord. All right. All right, there we go. So, now, a path. We're going to call this root credit path. This will be root settings path. And this will be root selection path. Okay. Our root credit path is going to go to our credit, so it'll start out here. And I'm just going to give it 2 nodes. In our second position, let's see here. Our credits camera. Let's copy our position value. And we're going to paste it here. Good. So now they have the same position. And hopefully whenever we actually use this, it will also use the same whatever thing and stuff. Okay. Actually, you know what? Root camera, we can have... I can't grab the basis from the root camera right now, but that's okay. Let's just grab the settings camera position and do the same. We'll copy that, and then why do you have the same curve? I don't know why, but I'll create a new one. Stinking fool. Paste. All right, good. Yeah, yeah. Shit happens all the fucking time. Um, sorry. All right, here we go. Route selection camera. Let's get that position as well. Um, in fact, I don't even need to technically do this, do I? I mean, it will look like this. Okay, I wonder what it would look like if I just have, like, I don't know, no points. I mean, technically, it'll go through here. I don't know. They each have at least two. All right. Yeah, let's run this. Let's see if anything breaks. Oh, good. Key position on object. Oh, yes, 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 of course. We've added everything, but we never added anything. So our root camera, our credits camera, our settings camera, our selection camera, our root credit path, our root settings path, and our root selection path. There's one more thing I need to make sure I do. And that will be to align, well, actually, I don't have to do that here. It'll be whenever we move the camera, we need to make sure that that as it moves along the path, as it's sliding, it is also changing. Like all these are orthogonal, yeah. So it needs to change the size value. It needs to interpolate between those. Cool. It seems to have worked. I mean, I didn't really check it, but I'm not going to. So, okay. Input. If input, I know this is sacrilege. I don't care. If is key pressed, we're gonna. What are the arrow keys? Key. Let me think here. Left. This is kind of tricky. Actually, we'll say key 1. So if we're in key 1, so I'm gonna have to store. Let's see. Current shot, and then our cinematograph has something called stills, which is just an enub. And those are still shots. So if key 1 and current shot equals root, then we're going to go to the credits shot. So what we also need in our test, this is wrong. What we need in our test system here is a path follower. And you need to belong to someone. Camera, base, whatever. And then we're going to have, so all of these actually, whenever we are ready, how do I deactivate these? Turn them off. Probably do that. Yeah. I'll say turn off shot cameras. Wait a minute. There we go. And visible, false. I don't know if that fully deactivates them. Maybe. Maybe. We'll see. Here. Anyway, if we have that, we're going to have another camera. And you will also be orthogonal. And you'll be the current camera. Camera. Main camera. We'll say live camera, actually. Main might not be good. So. Yeah. Camera base. How do we do this? Oh, we'll need a tween. Okay. Tween equals create tween. And then our actual tween here is going to, let's see, we're going to tween a property. The camera base, we're going to tween the, what do you call it? Progress ratio. That's right. Yep. All right. Our progress ratio is going to go to 1. And the duration, transition duration. Probably fine. Sure. Okay, so we're gonna tween. Can we tween 2 properties? I wonder how many we can. Apparently, okay. So we're gonna tween the camera base, and we're also gonna tween the live camera's size. No, I'm sorry. Live camera size, and it needs to be the size of our credit shot. And we're going to give the same duration. Okay. This is how all of our inputs are going to look. I'm going to have that. Here you go. Let's see. Key 2. And key 3. And instead of the credit shot, it'll be the setting shot. And here it'll be the selection shot. As I could probably sum this up in a better way, but anyway, our final shot will be when we hit UI accept. And it'll be return. And we'll just say if it's not equal to the root. So all of these are going to take it out to wherever they go, and then the rest of these. This one is going to take it back to 0, wherever it is. Instead of the credit shot, it will be the root shot size. All right. Boy, oh boy, ain't this something that looks like it should be a function? Ain't this func traverse? We're gonna say we have we're gonna have an in size of a float value. No. Parent is going to be path 3D. We'll have to reparent it if we move to a different branch. So let's see here. And then we'll have our new size float. And then our direction. Actually, we'll say forward. We'll just have a Boolean. Cool. All right. There it is. Our size will be new size. Let's see, var end ratio equals, it's going to be 1 if forward, else it's going to be 0. There's our end ratio. One more thing we need, though, is I don't know if we need to reparent this. So if parent equals live camera get parent. Actually, if it's the parent, that's fine. What we're looking for, actually, if it's not. So if we are not the current parent, then we need to say the live camera get parent. Remove. Can we remove it from its own parent? Is there like a function for that? Okay. Whatever. Remove child live camera. And then our new parent, we're going to add child live camera. So this makes sure that we move this camera onto the correct path before we actually interpolate it. Okay. Yeah. So here's all of our functions. Everything looks kind of the same. New parent. What kind of parent? Oh, that's a good question, actually. I don't know. We'll think of it later. These are all forward. Let's think. Okay, parent. Yeah, sure. All right. Root credit path, but I don't want that actually. Key 1 is going to go to root settings path, and this one's going to go to root selection path. Now we're going to see match. Get parent. We'll say yeah. If it's you, then let's see. Wait a minute. If it's traversing backwards, I think here. Oh, actually, if it's traversing backwards, it'll just be whatever parent it currently has. Yeah. Because, like, we don't want it to switch parents when it's going back. There we go. That was a lot of pain, but sweet. And I just realized, I think here, this is our testing function. It needs to go in our, there is no test cinematograph sheet. Okay, well, there's your problem. Shit. All right, so all right, there's that. There's that. There's that. Meh. Selection. Didn't I move settings? Okay. Here we go. Let me think here. So the cinematograph is going to have a traverse function. Huh. Oh, camera. All right, anything with camera. Oh, okay. Huh. This will be tricky. That'll be the opposite of is forward. All right. Sorry, I'm thinking in my head right now of what I'm supposed to do. And is forward. Camera. Credit camera is not credits camera. Function traverse is not found. Oh, of course not, because it's part of our cinematograph. Cool. Why are you mad? Live camera not declared. Oh, yeah. Tell you what, let's take care of that. Traverse forward. If, let me think here, forward is true. Else we don't have to worry about it. Can I make this optional? What the fuck? All right. Parent, path 3D. And this will be null, perhaps. If this is null. If forward is true. Elif, if it is not forward and parent is null, I don't know. Do nothing. Oh, wait. Parent is just what the live parent is. I don't even need to know what that is. I can just not provide a parent, actually. Yeah, so this can optionally be null. So in our test here, whoa. All right. This feels like a mess, but can you get what I mean though? Like I'm literally just putting together a system of like some camera shit, and this is just for like the UI in the game to do something a little interesting and like level transitions, and we're already in this swamp of what the hell's going on. So yeah, this is what I mean when I say like this crap just gets really busy. It really does. Okay. All right. Last things last. Set is forward equal to true. Actually, hold on a minute. We'll reverse it because we want to flip it. Oh, fuck, hold on. No, I need to have a lot more control. Yeah, no, it'll be true here for these. And not is forward. In fact, to be, I think, extra clear, we should probably just clarify in general. Like this ought to move forward. And we'll set is forward to true. And if we are forward, forward is false. Yeah. This might be a nightmare. Let's just see. I don't know where the hell I am. We've already failed. Cannot call method add child on a null value. Really? What? Oh. Oh, yes. Oops. Okay. You. Root credit path. Settings path. Root selection path. All right. That should be all the pathing. Well, I wonder what the hell this is like looking like. Oh, yeah, right. One more thing we need to make sure we do is set the live camera. Okay. Match the live camera to the root camera. So the live camera position needs to equal the root shot position. And the live camera size needs to equal the root shot size. And our basis needs to be the same, actually. Root shot. How do I think about it? Using the basis for all of these. Make sure we use global instead. Okay. Test again. All right, this looks correct. A few errors here. Traverse tween property progress ratio does not exist on abject camera base. Really? Why? You sure about that? Oh, ration. Well, yeah. Okay. Yeah, we're like up. Huh. You know what I want to say, frankly? All right. Let's add another one. This one is going to be a sphere. And this one is gonna be here. And visible. Huh. All right, let's. Can I make another camera? All right. This is our preview camera. I'm going to hit 1. I'm going to look at this. How do you... Oh my God. I sometimes deeply hate the controls here. Yeah, all right. Well, at least we know that's that now. Still. The hell are we looking at, you know? Oh. Yeah, okay. Huh. All right, well, that's how we do this crap. That's why we do it, at least. Okay. Okay, so there's no parent. Wait a minute. Why did it say it didn't match? Oh, wait. No wonder. Neat. Okay. Let's try that again. This time it shouldn't. Oh, okay. We're moving. Really? Oh, whoops. Doi. Okay. I don't think I need to check these for now, actually. So if I, oh, okay, there, okay, yep. And I can return. I can go, yeah, good. And I can hit up number 2. That's number 3 now. This camera's going to the same damn place every time. I want to like, God damn it. I want to look at the scene remotely. I don't want to look at, you know. Huh. It's not switching parents. Oh, and we have bugs. Child data parent is not equal to this is true. I'm sorry. What? Camera base. Already has parent root credit path. Yeah. Okay, hold on a minute. Son of a bitch. All right. Camera. All right. If parent is null, then set parent equal to camera base, whatever the current parent is. Which means it should pass this function. Cool. Camera base get parent should actually get the thing clearly. Let's try that again. Hit 1, we're going to go over here. We hit back to this thing. Hit 2, we're going to go somewhere else. Hit, okay, and back. And then we'll hit this. Yeah, this is terrible. This is garbage. Why didn't the fucking global basis? This should all have updated properly. Like this camera, root camera. This is what our intro shot should look like. Because it technically does. Can we turn up the light? Yeah, all right. Thanks. I need to be able to see better. Oh, that's good. All right. Sky mode. Cool. There's some lighting. Whatever. I don't even want this here. This is stupid. I hate it. All right. Wow. That, I mean, does that work? Not really. It's way too violent. I wonder if it just like looks awful with orthogonal. You know? Okay. Maybe. Maybe it's that. Huh. You know what we should do? Oh, okay. You know, instead of fuck size, oh, transform 3D. Yeah, shit. Say in shot is camera 3D. We're gonna do that with size, but we're also going to move. Oh, the basis. Global basis. Yeah. Now I have a feeling this is gonna look actually way worse. Maybe just awful. Yeah. Who knows? Okay. Oh, hi. Oh, yes, of course. We're just going to pass the whole camera. Okay. Oh, oh. um. Huh. Does this go? Okay. Do I need to have multiple tweens? This feels frustrating. It lines up. The basis is like delayed. Huh? Uh-huh. Do. You know what it is? Tween follower, tween size, and Yeah, we're going to have to tween each of them, I think, in their own thing. So there's tween, follower. Size, create tween, and tween basis. Yeah, why are you mad? Because you need this. All right, let's see if this will actually tween them all at the same time. Okay. Okay. Yeah, a little choppy. It pops. Yeah, and then it's like violently. Yeah. It's kind of neat in a weird way. I both love it and hate it. I don't know what to think of it actually. It does like oh, I don't know how to say it. It feels there's a sort of violence to it, which is deeply uncomfortable. I don't know. You know, it's something. It's functional. It's doing what we asked it to do. It's just like not. It's not great. It's not a very smooth transition. I feel like this one's gonna have to. I don't know. Like it's really gonna have to shape up. What the fuck? That's interesting. Oh. Now that is really interesting. The camera. Huh. Yeah. I don't know. All this popping. That one's kind of okay, and then it just disappears. It's kind of, the popping is almost appealing, and the way it moves like this is so strange. Like it just whops up and, you know, woo, and it's kind of weird how everything just comes in and out. You know what? Let's try to do something a little different here. Okay, that looks so much better. It still pops, and I think it's because... Yikes. All right, yeah. Holy shit. But maybe let's just kind of work with it, all right? So let's see here. Oh, no, 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 my friend. The middle area. So let's see here. Yeah, we're gonna kind of move it that way. Maybe? What if we pulled it back? Pulled it back and then went down? Yeah. And then, let's think. I wish I had, something controlled more directly. Yeah, okay. Okay. It's hard to deal with these in 3D. All right, you know what? That's fine. Okay with that. Now let's try to check out a different path. We're going to add another one right here. And we're going to move this one, yeah, over here a bit. And give it a bit of a curve this way. And push it out a little bit. Yeah, okay. This one I'm not even certain how to change. But I'll try my best. Let's see here. Whoa, motherfucker. All right. Jesus. All right, yeah. All right. Okay, that's good. That's good. A little back on the Z. Okay. I wish I could make these like line up a little better, maybe. Uh-huh. Oh, I don't know. Oh God, that's oh God, that's like worse. That's that one's kind of better. All right, this is like disastrously ugly and bizarre. I wonder. Uh, Because maybe I've been doing this wrong. Yeah, okay. I feel like adding points was actually terrible. So here's my idea. Um, like that's kind of fine. It gets a little messy here. But here's what I'm thinking. Um, right now it's just rotating aimlessly. I'm wondering, should I get the camera like to look at some new focal point? Yeah, I can get it to look at something. So instead, I'm wondering, do I get it to look at like I'm gonna have an in shot? Huh. I don't want to tween property. I want to tween method. And the method we're going to call is look at. Callable from variant to variant. Jesus, I don't know. From what is it looking at now? Looking at. Oh. I don't know, whatever it's currently looking at. And then the In shot. I think here. Hold on a minute. Current look and final look. Current look is whatever direction we're facing. It'll be a global position. Wherever that is, you know, minus. Oh boy. Yeah, okay. Uh-huh. Cool. All right. Yeah, that might do it. Except it should move it much quicker. Look. Duration. That doesn't really make sense as a variable name. Things are a bit of a mess. Okay. That's not tweening. Oh, shit, it is. Kind of. It's still kind of weird and poppy. This one's... Yeah, it's still a little off. But it's kind of... It's kind of making progress. The interesting thing is that the level selection part, that's like going to be a different system, actually, because I want the levels... Oh, I don't know how to explain this. Here, let me turn on the camera. Okay. Ah, hi. All right, so it's going to be a little weird idea that I had. As you can see, moving things around orthographically is odd. And I have this idea that as you finish a level, right? Like you get you roll the little Gomi into the hole and you score. I want the camera to like move towards the goal. And as it gets closer to it, kind of like, you know, you'll see it approaching, and I want it to just sort of flip and go right through. And then on the other side is the next level. But if I were to do that, I'm like, I'm either going to do some weird crap with portals or something nonsense, or I make the whole level move instead of the camera move towards the level. So instead of the camera moving towards, we're going to have the whole level move towards it. And at the very last moment, it'll flip up, because you'll see it from the side, but then it'll flip and you'll be able to look through it, and then whoosh, and of course it'll go right through. And the cool thing is that when we load a level, the next step will be to or if we score a goal, we'll load the next level. I don't know. We'll see what's better, more performant. I'm sure having two at the same time is fine, but basically we're gonna have the next level sitting behind it. So as it moves forward, and then we go through, you'll see it. And then of course, we'll have. Well, you get my point. The next one will have load, so it kind of the levels flip up. So if you can look at it from the side, let's say the microphone is the camera, the levels are going to look like this. And then as you solve them, they're going to flip and you're going to go, and you're going to go through the little hole. And with the orthographic camera, you can change the size, remember. So we can make it tiny so that we can be a tiny little camera moving through the goal. But then the next level will be right here. And the cool thing is we can probably load the next level to be in some axis with the camera, so that as it moves up, it's on some kind of conveyor belt and it flips around that axis. You go through the hole. And the camera and orthographic, remember, it doesn't matter if it's this close or 1,000 miles away, it'll still see it depending on the size. So the next level should load and the camera will be focused on the goal. And then after it passes through the previous level, we can resize the camera again. Because if we don't resize it, I think it's a neat effect. I think someone's at the door. Just a minute.
Okay. What was I saying? Yeah. So that was the level transition idea. This is going to be really tricky. I think because it's going to go, because I feel like what we have now for like the main menu, it's perspective camera. I feel like it's pretty good. Like these two are pretty good. The level select part is a nightmare. And I'm wondering if it's going to be orthographic anyway. Because I kind of want the level select to be orthographic to where you can see like a simplified version of each of the levels. Um, huh. The level select might be a little weird. It might be that we have like from the main menu. Maybe what we should do is have like a little hole in the ground already, and anytime you hit like new game or continue, um, that you're automatically going to be taken there to that last level you were on, and you're just gonna like the camera's just gonna like, and it's just gonna whoosh into the hole. And then maybe it'll be blank and like I'm wondering how I could transition between the two. Cause like whoa. Like if I just turn on orthographic, it automatically pops. I wonder like what kind of whoops. FOV. Yeah, that's the weird thing is if you get it to you think, I'll adjust the FOV and the size will be the same. Yeah, but it won't, like these are here now. So that's not quite right. If anything, having a lesser FOV is technically it. Oh my god. It's a bit of a nightmare. This is kind of close. feel like it's, yeah, I'm like, is there, I don't know, maybe I just need to have you go through a hole and it loads the like level scene and the level. We need to have like a level handler. Like we'll have our main project and it'll have this main menu kind of stuff. But then we need to have like a separate kind of like a level loader, if you will. Like we could call it like a stage. Like staging could be what we call it. And it's like you've got the camera, you've got the level, and they're both children of staging. And whenever you solve a level, it creates a new level, right? And we do that transfer thing like we talked about. So staging is like going to have two levels and be able to like do that. The camera's going to stay the same and it's going to like adjust. And that's how we're going to swap from one to the next. This it's okay. I'm not happy about it. You know, like but this is also why it's good to have these testing environments because we could just like fiddle around with this mechanic. We're not even sure how it's going to work yet. I think for now, I'm going to call it on like the whole cinema thing. Cinematograph needs work. It needs work. Yeah. All right. Push. Cool. Yeah. Okay. Let's work on that staging thing I talked about because that, in my opinion, is way more interesting. This will have to be a node. Oh. I gotta let my hair down. Okay. What am I calling this? Staging area? I don't want to call it a stage. Level staging? Staging system? Staging system. All right, so yeah. All right, so our staging system is going to have. Whoa, nope. Whoops. A camera. It'll be back a bit, up a bit, and probably rotated a bit. And it'll be orthographic. Orthogonal. And then we need to have some levels. That's actually another thing I haven't thought about is like the goal is a hole in the floor. And the mesh of the floor needs to be able to allow the Gomi to pass through. Yeah. Let's think about this. The staging system is going to need a level. It's going to need some stuff. let's just give it a name for now. Class name, and then we're gonna have a function called transition, because that's what we're doing. And all we're gonna do is move the levels towards us. Oh, lol. We're going to need some variables here. They will be our actual levels. Current level. And we're going to make sure it's a node. And then we're going to have our next level. And realistically, we're probably going to load these. We're not going to use exports. We're going to load these dynamically. For now, for testing, I'm going to use exports. So when we transition, a few new things needs to happen. The camera, whose focus should be on the goal. There should be like an axis that these are all the goal is aligned with. And the camera is going to it's going to get smaller. It's going to go and then we're going to shrink the camera size. We're going to flip the level. And then we're going to move the level through the camera so we can go through the goal. And then we're going to grow it up again. So shrink, flip, shift, grow. Those are our stages. Should probably have some, might want to stages. Let's see here. Shrink, flip, shift, grow. And none. Okay. Actually, we won't call it none. We'll call it still, as in we freeze. We're going to need a transition function. We're also going to need a function called like swap level. And we're going to have our new level. Again, we're just going to say a node. We will probably have some kind of level type that we're going to have to transition these into. But for now, we'll just keep it as is. So our new level. Our current level is going to equal our next level. And our next level is going to equal our new level. Because we want the current one, like if we, let's say we swap, we transition, and then we swap. So the current level, we say the next level will equal current, and the new one will be next. Let's think about this. We need to make sure at the end of transition, swap level, we might not want to load new. Let me think here. We don't just want to set them equal to each other. Like the position. Current level position. I mean, maybe we should. Let's think here. We're not just swapping them. We shouldn't. Yeah, no. Say insert level. So we'll insert a new level and set it equal to our next level. We're also going to have a swap function. Swap levels, and here is where we're actually going to do the flip. So we're going to say temp equals next level. Sorry. What do we need to actually do for this? Next level, the position needs to be along the axis that the camera is looking. Can we get that? Let me think here. Let's call it camera. Here we go, camera. And we're going to say camera project ray normal. Let me think here. What is this going to do? Returns a normal vector in world space. Results of projecting a point on the viewport rectangle by the inverse camera projection. 3D position world space. Screen point. Oh. I guess this would be the middle. Yeah. Yeah? Oh. It's just going to be it's the negative Z axis, you know? Like this camera has The basis has a global Z. Well, the global basis has it's negative Z. Okay, that's a unit vector. So we're going to have our camera global position plus the negative Z axis. I don't know what distance, far away. 10. I wonder what distance this is from the origin. Yeah. No. Length? God, I hate it. Doesn't give me intelligence. 10. There. Pass. All right. Leave me alone. Tell me what I'm doing. Nothing. Literally nothing. I hate you. Vector 3, getting the distance of it is just length, isn't it? Length. All right. Var. Yeah. We'll just say it's the same distance. Maybe keep them equal like that. Okay, so the next level position should be the camera's global position from the camera's global position, and then some vector in the opposite direction. Yeah. And then the current level is 0. Twice the distance. Yeah. Feels like this could just be actually this. I don't need a variable for this. There we go. Yeah. So the camera's just going to be pointed at the origin. I hope so. Should probably make sure that's true. Okay, on ready. Our camera's going to look at vector 3, 0. Yeah. Cool. So we're going to be looking straight back at our origin, and we insert a level. Our current level is going to be equal to our whatever our next level is, and our next level is going to be equal to our new level.
when we do the swap levels, we're going to make sure our next level position is returns to where it was. Next level, we'll say start. We'll set that equal to this as well. Okay. Can I set that here? Maybe not. That's okay. I don't think I can. There we go. All right. Now at least we're dealing with variables that we control, and now here comes the transition part. Transition is going to start a series of events. I want a timer as well. Do I need a timer? No. Let's see here. Let's see. Shrink time. 2 seconds. Flip time. 0.4. Shift time. 1.8. No. We'll make this one last longer. The longest. It's the cool effect. And then grow time will be slightly longer than shrink time. Why all the variables? Because we need to time them. And they're going to be different timings. So when we go through transition, one more thing we'll need is a variable that keeps track of whether or not we're in the middle of this. Okay. So the first thing we're doing is set transitioning to true. And then we're gonna yeah. Yeah. We're gonna set that to true. And I want to move these up here so they're more visible. I think public functions should be near the top. It's just my 2 cents. Okay. If we're transitioning, we'll say stage timer.
going to be a float. Let's see. Whenever we start out, it'll be shrink time. And we're going to set our current stage. It'll be none. So let's see here. For our current, we'll set our current stage equal to shrink, because that's the first step. You'll probably have an array. No, I need to control this better. Oh no! Wow, look at that. The camera's been in the way the whole time. What's the point of having the dang thing on? Hello. I'm way over here. Yeah. Oh, here we go. Sure. Okay. If we are transitioning, we want to know what the current stage is. Actually, we'll just say the stage timer is minus equals delta. And if the stage timer has surpassed 0, then we're going to switch stages. Current stage. Stages. If they were all doing the same thing, I would make it a variable and call it a day. And just increment through a loop. Stages. Shrink. All right. Set the current stage equal to flip. Stage timer equal to flip time. It's fine if we just do this for now, for like the timing and everything. Okay, so there's that. And if it's flip, we'll set it to something else. Shift. And grow. All right. So if it's shrink, we flip it. If it's flipped, we shift it. If it's shifted, we grow it. And if it's grown, we none. And then we say is transitioning false, and we turn it off. I wonder if I honestly need this, because I have a stage that I'm constantly monitoring. I'm going to take it away for now. Because instead of is transitioning, we just say is the current stage. If it's not equal to none. And once we get to here, we set it to none. It's closed out. Okay. Now we have to figure out, this is just timing. So, increment stages will be this whole function. No, it'll just be this function, actually. Float. So we will increment stages. We'll pass in delta. Whoa. There we go. So there we are. There's the timer. Now we want to have a function that says what we're going to do. There's so much crap here. Progress stage is what we're going to do. Actually, no, screw that. For each time we change, we will have a tween. All right, so every time we switch, I'm going to say stage tween. We're going to create a new one. And then we're going to tell it what to do. Tween property. Camera. The size property. I don't know how small it needs to be, but it's going to have to be a constant. Camera. Grown equals I don't know, 8. What I said it equal to? 5. No. 12. Yeah, that's cool. Excellent. All right. Shrunk. Camera small. We'll just say. I don't know. It's going to be tiny. Camera large. 12. So when we're shrinking, we're going to go to camera small. And the duration will be the shrink time. Okay, I'm going to have to actually create a different match statement. Because this is for flipping stages whenever they're done. This is for running. So it's like we're going to run each stage, and when it finishes, it should increment We don't need a timer. Nope. 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 Nah. You ready for this? This is genius. Here we go. Except instead of calling it next stage, I want to make it more of an action statement. It's not just next stage. Next stage sounds like a variable. Whatever. That's what it was before. Okay. Yes, and we're not gonna deal with that. So I don't think we need to deal with this actually, because once we transition, we're going to run the stage for our current stage. And every time we increment, when we're done with all this, we're going to run stage for current stage, which also means the first thing we need to do before we do anything else. Actually, the stage is none. If the current stage is not equal to none, let's not put like extra crap in here. Okay. So we're going to do this for all of these, except we're going to tween different properties. So let's see here. For grow, we're going to go to camera large. We're going to go to grow time. There you go. So if it's not equals to none, run stage. Cool. Do we keep track of our current stage? Huh. I wonder if I could just pass this in. What value do I bind these? Stages. Shrink. So when we increment, I'm just going to say whatever the stage is, flip it. Oh, actually, no, I don't need to do that. No. What are the current stages? What you want? Type stages. Stages. And, okay. run manually for shrink, run stage, shrink time, flip time, shift time. And instead of current, we'll just say next stage. Okay, so next stage is now an internal value. And as long as it's not none, we'll update it. And with that, current stage is not even being used. So look at that. We can use callbacks and all this stuff to pass values between these functions, which actually looks kind of a little frightening. Feels like calling run stage and run stage binding increment stage, and maybe as a cyclical nightmare of death, but maybe not. We'll see. Okay, so when we flip, we're going to flip the current level, and we're going to... We're not going to tween property, though. We don't want to do that. We want to tween method. Rotate around the x-axis. We want it to face the camera. We need to rotate it the opposite of... It's like this. 90 minus this. I think we want it to go whoosh like this. And to do that... let me think here. That's rotating at a positive 60 degrees. Yeah. Sorry, I'm trying to do the math in my head. Rotate around X. And from, I guess, 0. It should be 0. To, we'll say whatever camera rotation, it'll be, yeah, it's got to be pi. 1/2 pi minus camera rotation x. Okay, it'll go whoosh like that. And then we got to move both levels, actually. No, we don't. Well, we should. Technically, we don't. At the end of this, we could just say... to shift the whole next level. Let's see. Ensure the next level is where current should be. Is that what swapping does? No, this resets the position. This doesn't swap level. What am I thinking? Oh. This whole thing is a mess. Next level. Let's say swap levels. We'll say reset positions. Reset levels. Just want to make sure the current level. Rotation is just a vector 3 of 0. Yeah, all right. Next level global position. So where the current level start should be. And then we do all the growth and everything. So okay, shifting. Current level. Position. Behind the camera. Should probably save that. Just position. I don't know why I would. Actually, I don't need to save this. Camera position. Let me think. Keep relative positions. Yeah, I don't need to store that. Let's see. Camera position times 2. Really? I'll just double it. No. A little past the camera. Like, if this is 1 unit vector, I might have to adjust this a little bit. It's fine. I'll just add this a little more, and we'll make this. Yeah, we can make this a bit more. Just to be sure. Okay, so we're going to tween property, tween method, and then do that. All right, for the next level, we're going to copy the value, but then we're going to reverse everything. And then the rotation can stay the same. But this makes sure that our camera, like everything is like equidistant. In fact, yeah, just make it the opposite. Okay. All right. Instead of export, though, we're going to do on ready for these two. Oh. There you go. All right. This is a lot. There's a lot of stuff we're putting in here, aren't we? Okay. Run stage. We're going to have the camera size shrink. And when it's done, we will bind it into this stage, which means set it to flip, stage timer. I don't know if we need a stage timer actually because we're not incrementing time. We don't. This is not even being used, remember? We got rid of doing it the physics way. So now we're just binding it to callbacks. And all the times are set manually anyway. Okay, shrink, flip, shift. Nice. And if it's none, don't do anything and it should be done. I suppose we could run some kind of like event, some kind of signal perhaps. Levels, trends, level transition finished. Okay, so instead of doing that, we'll just say stages none. And if we are on none, we're just going to emit our signal. That'll be all we do. Cool. All right. When we're done, we will insert the next level. And our new level, we will say is, yeah, so let's say reset levels, reset positions is what we should be calling. Do we call this?
When we insert a new level, we're going to say, all right, first of all, we're going to say the next level position No, we need to make sure we swap them first. So, okay. Current level position should equal current level start. Remove child. The only one that's there. Get child. Should only have one. So, okay, we got to remove the current level's level. Wipe it. Yeah. And we'll need to uninstantiate it. Let's just say swap levels. So we're going to have a new level, and then we're going to turn the old level. So var old child is our current level, get child 0. We're going to remove them from our current level. Eventually, we're going to return them. After we remove them, we're going to set the current level position equal to start. And then the current level. Okay. Reset current level and swap active child, we'll call it. Active child will be the next level that's moved forward now. Get children, get child should be that one. And then the current level, add child with the active child. And then the next level, we'll add child. With the new level. And then the next level's position is going to be back to where it should be. The current level position has already been set. Oh, this should actually also get set here. Okay. That's a lot, but I think that kind of handles it. So we have swap levels, which is called externally. We will do that, and that'll take care of the stuff there, whatever. Transition is going to be called externally. So it'll start with transition. I wonder if transition should just pass. Awaiting child. These are sad names.
Old child, active child, awaiting child. All right, transition is going to be passing in a new level. Again, it should be type level. But the awaiting child will be the new level. Awaiting level. I feel like I don't want to call these levels because it's not really a level. It's like it's a holder. Current level holder. That's what we'll call it. Because it is kind of like holding and moving around the level. So here. Holder. Oh. Instead of current level and next level, we will call them holders. Because that's what they are. And let's just rename them here anyway. Okay. All right. So our swap function will be way down here. And we'll call it swap levels. We're not going to pass anything into it. The new level will be the awaiting level. We'll call this child. We'll call this level. An active we'll call level as well. Reset current level. Empty and reset current holder. Okay. Do we need to return this? I mean, I just don't feel like we do. Not really. How do you destroy shit? Q free. So it's dangerous. Whatever. Oh, you know what we could do actually? So instead of queuing this out, we will return the old level. And that way, if we have any kind of things to disconnect or variables to keep track of or anything, we can pass that back. So once we get to none, we're done transitioning. We call swap levels. And swap levels is going to take care of everything. I'll just say return old level. Pass back old level. So we'll just pass it. We don't know where the hell it's going. We don't care. And there you go. Wow, all right. That was a lot, and it's probably going to be broken in a lot of ways. This is literally just to move this level transition. That's it. I mean, it's a lot. It's a lot to do that for one thing, one little component of our little game. But again, so it's important to test these things out. Okay, so we're going to make a test for this, and I'm going to put this in the testing. It's important to note that these tests are different. There's like unit tests for Godot, which are usually in they're in your parent folder or above it. I don't know, but I'm pretty sure that folder is called tests and not testing. So beware and be warned. I could probably call this like manual testing or something, but anyway, test staging system. So it'll need a script, and this function will be not init, input event, and we'll say if in input key is action pressed. Just pressed. We'll transition. And actually we'll need to we'll need to have this staging system, and we'll say in ready. And we actually should have a callback too. So handle we go. What are we doing here? We're just going to print and just say finished. Our staging system has a transition finished function. I mean, event. We'll connect it to our event handler. Transition in. Okay. And we'll say whenever we hit the space bar, I want to transition. And it's actually a good question is what do I pass into it? I could just put in a very basic sense, just 2 goals. 2 Jakes. Yeah, goal 1 and goal 2. And that'll be our levels. Once we actually have a level, probably should have started with that, but once we have that, then we'll actually put that in here. So, oh, actually, we'll want a third one, won't we? That's not how I'm supposed to do that. Duplicate. There you go. And we'll pass. We'll say
off level. Initially, it'll be level 3. What are you doing, dude? Okay. So we're going to transition the off level into that. And when our transition finished, we're going to set our off level equal to the old level. Let's see. No. Yeah. Active level. Next level. And an off level. All right, on ready. Active level equals level seen instantiate. Next level equals level seen instantiate. Our staging system should probably have a setup function that we could just pass stuff into it. Yeah. Active node and next. I don't want to call it current anymore. Active. Maybe I will call it current. I don't care. All right, current holder. Add child of current. And next holder, the same thing. Okay, so in our test, we're going to what the hell is the off level going to be? I don't actually care. Our staging system, we're going to have a setup. And we're going to pass our active level and our next level. And whenever we have a transition, we're going to queue free our old level. And we're going to... We have to have like a system to handle this system. Maybe the staging system will do the level loading too, actually. Meh. Anyway,
the active level now become the next level. And the next level, we will instantiate anew. Runner-up level. Oh. Okay. We'll free up the old level. And then we're going to switch everything out. So active level becomes the next level. The next level becomes the runner-up level. The runner-up level is going to be instantiated into something new. And this doesn't make sense, actually. No. Okay, no. No runner-up level. Next level. So fuck. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, because um when we transition, when I first met the devil, you ever seen Flatland? You should. All right, let's see here. Next, yeah. When we transition, we're passing in the next level, and that'll be held, and then we run our stages, and our stages are gonna do all that shit, and then we're gonna swap levels. At the end of that, we say, hey, that old level that's just kind of sitting, hovering, doing nothing. Take the child. I hate the words. Remove it, and then reset the current position. And then we'll say the active level is going to be the next holder, which needs to be removed. Active. Okay. And then we will add it to the current level. And you're not going to have anything right now. But you will reset your position. And we will turn the old level. Okay. And when we transition is when we get the next level. We set up. Yeah, this is the current level. Awaiting level. Yeah, I don't know why the hell I'm doing it this way, really. Level instantiate, pass it in on setup. Next level instantiate, pass it in. Get the old level, queue it up. The active level is the next level. The next level is now instantiated. Okay. One more thing we need to do. Let's delete all that. When we pass in the next level, anytime we add a child, we need to also make sure we set the positions to the same. That's vital. All right, and then next holder, we'll say next level. Global position equals next holder global position. Excellent. All right, we're doing all of that, and yeah, this will be great. Oh, we need one more thing. We need a world environment, don't we? For some lighting. Cool. All right. Great. Non-existent function add child. Okay. Node. Gotta add everything. Oh. Position. Yeah. We started off declared but never used. Oh. Well, that problem solved itself. Run stage. Next stage. Figured out that one real fast, thankfully. All right, here we go. Whoa. Let's get a better understanding of what we just watched. Huh. It rotates way too much. Way too fucking much. It's right here. I think what's happening is rotation degrees. Yeah, no. Rotate X. This wants radians, yeah? Okay. Okay, rotation degrees X. No. No, I don't want that. Shouldn't this already be in radians? Rotation. The property edited in the inspector in degrees. If you want to use degrees in script, use rotation degrees. Okay. Oh no, it's okay. Maybe that'll work better. It flipped too much, way too much. Let's try this again. Yeah, I don't know why it's turning 70 billion times. The rest of it is fine. The zoom out and zoom in thing is great. In fact, if I could have one critique, frankly, this needs to be way bigger. Way bigger. Make sure it's set to that on startup. And we'll change it manually here. You know. Anyway. Yeah. That's too many rotations. Too many flipping rotations. Why is it doing it this many times? Okay, we're rotating. What if I just told it manually? What is 60 degrees? It's pi 1/3. Let's just see what happens if we do that. Maybe it'll... Yeah, it still freaks out. Why the hell is it doing this? It's already... Huh. No, that didn't do anything. Is this calling it every time from variant to variant? Calls a method over time with a tween value. The value is between, from, and to over time specified by duration. Callable bind to bind additional arguments to the call. I don't know. Oh. In radians, yeah. Okay. Well, there's one thing we could do. A little unorthodox, but let's see here. If print the staging system current holder rotation in X. Yeah, I guess. All right. It's gonna be a bunch of zeros. Okay. Let's see. It goes up. It goes up. It goes over. It goes over. I feel like what's happening. Let's see, because it goes all the way into the negatives, and then it goes down, and it comes back, and then it goes negative over again. It's like it's rotating twice. What the hell are you doing, man? Oh, lol. Yikes. It resets to 0, which is nice. But in the meantime, I have no idea what the hell's going on. Current holder rotation should be 0. Yeah, this is stupid. Oh, here. Let me do one more thing. First of all, let's clear out our we'll get this value. Rot. It's not 0. Then we'll print it. So we only get it when it changes. What? Okay. Goes up. It goes over. And then stops. This is like an obscene amount of effort. Now, where am I going wrong here? Pi half is 90 degrees. And I just want to say, whatever the camera's X is, you need to rotate your X in the opposite direction. Like the camera's X is rotated like negative 30 degrees. I don't know. Yeah. Right in here. It increases. It just becomes negative. It goes down, then it goes up, goes negative again, down, and then up. How does this fuck up so hard? I mean, you're going to have methods like rotate around the x-axis. I'd expect this shit to work. Now I'm paranoid. I don't even know if it's... I don't think it's this. I mean, hell, I could just print it. Should be... Here. Rotating blank rads around X. I don't need to put rads. Rotating around X. And that's the equation. Maybe I'm wrong. Rotating by, let's see, I'll just say from this by this. I know what axis it is. All right. Let's try to print this again. Maybe these numbers are just wrong. All right. What did you say at the start? Rotating frame 0 by about 60 degrees. Okay. Oops. Pi minus. Oh, God, my brain. Pi third. 3 about. Yeah, 1.047. Okay, 1. A little different. But, you know, we have to get the camera to perfectly look at the center. It's not a problem. Oh, hey. Sorry I didn't see you there. How am I showing an arrow in GD script versus a... Oh, this? I don't know. Maybe it's something to do with their editor that's new. Oh my gosh. I can't believe it. I have a toll. I can't believe it. My vehicle will get suspended. See a dip in credit score. Move quickly to avoid these consequences. Yeah. I'll click on that link right away, stranger. Oh. That's nice. Okay. Fuck. Feed the spammers your hair. I wish. Prettier than good. I got a weird problem. All right, so I got a kind of an interesting level transition system. I could try to show it to you, I guess, in the wrong way. I'm using an orthogonal camera. Yeah. And so all I'm doing is shrinking the camera to give the illusion of like zooming in. So I shrink the camera, and then I'm going to move the whole level so that you could go through the level exit, which is like a little hole. I shrink the camera, I flip the level, and then I move the level past the camera. And since it's a hole, the camera should go through it. And then I uninstantiate everything, and then I grow the camera again. So it's kind of working. Here's our test system. Camera shrinks, it goes in, and then it flips, it moves past, and then it zooms back out. That flipped way too many times, and it ended up in the wrong direction. So my question is, what the hell is wrong with tween method? Because am I a maggot crawling into someone's brain? No. No, that's not the game. The game is to put trash in a hole. And then you go down the hole with the trash and you go to the next level. That's the level transition. That was my idea. It's like, I don't understand what the hell's going on, because it's like you should be rotating about 60 degrees. Sorry, I'm onto something here. Looks like a top hat. It does. All right. Yeah. Negative 50. You know, if I just took this. All right. This is radians, and for degrees, we must. Is it multiply it by degrees and divide it by pi? Negative 28 degrees. Okay. Yeah. About 30. So pi half is 90. I'm like losing my marbles here. That's half pi. You multiply it by this and divide it by this, and it's 90 degrees. 90 minus 30 is 60. And 60 times pi minus 180 is 1.04. Like, that's, you know, we're 28 degrees, 0.06. You know, it's like, eh. So, like, I'm going from 0 to 60. Why the fuck is it flipping over like 7 times? I mean, I figured it just feels like some kind of nonsensical quaternion issue. That rotate by x, I feel like, should not have a problem with this. You know what I'm going to do? Actually, is just literally rotate it manually. And just see if it'll actually work. Rotate x by this much. And then we'll just call increment stage. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, that's fine. What are your problem? What? Started with no tweeners. Okay. Here, asshole. I'm getting angry at a game engine now. Dude. I mean, it's... All right, here. It's supposed to look like this. More or less. All right, that's actually terrible. What? Zoom. Oh, right. Zoom. Okay. That's right. I'm not supposed to see this. Okay, that's like... Oh, shit. What the hell? What? Stop. I mean, I don't know. The angles work. The math is correct. It's the tweening that's screwing it up so much. And that really bothers me because I don't want to have to change my approach here. I don't know what, like, if flip time is 5 seconds, will it go slower? Will it work correctly? No. No, it's just spinning constantly. What the fuck is wrong? Is it rotating this much every frame? I'm like so confused. It literally says it's supposed to go from to over the time specified in duration. So what the fuck is happening? Set ease, set. I mean, I don't know what the heck's going on. It's bothersome though. It's bothersome that it's this frustrating and yeah. I mean, look at those values. It's just hobbling back and forth. Huh. Tween method. Let's see. Godot tween method rotation X. Running several times. Perform multiple tweens at the same time. No. Can I set this whole thing up? It's one tweet. Huh. All right, hold on a minute. Huh. What the fuck happened to the other? This isn't even called. Well, this is great, except for now it's not even like where the fuck happened to the other stuff? It's not even passing this in. Uh, I'm gonna have to probably call it here. This is it's just a mess. Why doesn't it finish? Okay, I'm back. This is such a mess. I really hate it. Oh God! All right, hold on. All right. This is crap, and frankly, I'm so deeply upset that this is the one thing holding me back. Rotation. Let's see. Error. Tweening rotation. Using this code, it will only rotate it once. Between set loops. Tau. As relative. Works just fine. Maybe I will set the property of the rotation itself. I don't know. Let's see. Rotation X does not exist. Oh, yeah. All right. All right. Sorry. Here. I want to make sure I can see this thing fine enough. There. See, that's all I fucking wanted. Now here's the tricky part. Preflip. Yeah, preflip. Let's see, we'll say camera size. Camera preflip will be 3.2. And then camera shift will be very small. Flip. Just camera size. Okay, so camera flip, and then We're going to tween 2 properties at once. Actually, we'll just copy this line. We're going to tween this one. And then, is it set parallel? Hold on a minute. If parallel is true, tweening is append after this method will default run simultaneously as opposed to sequentially. Wait, after this method. So set parallel. And then when we create a new one, I don't think we have to reset it. What? Oh. Sure. Okay, so we're setting parallel. Instead of camera flip, it'll be camera shift. And we're going to shift and we're going to rotate at the same time. Well, we're going to... Yeah, we're going to shift and rotate. And then we'll pass through. Okay. That was a lot. Sorry, what? Here, and then we're here, and then we go here. Whoa. Okay. Oh, shit. Okay. 0.2. Here we go. Okay. What the fuck? All right. So hold on. All right. Probably have to turn that off again. Okay. Here we go. And now, I probably set that really small. Whoa. Yeah. All right, tell you what, let's my 3. Oh shit, sorry, you've been commenting. You got the paper shredder working? Shredding papers. Oh, I hear you. Yeah, don't overwork yourself for the submission. For the trash jam, I mean. Oh, fuck. Okay. Feels like it's not. Feels like it's too big. See, here it goes. Wee. And then it zooms in. But this does feel like way too fucking small. Wasn't this 0.4 before? All right, hold on. Let's see here. Let's look at the edges here. I'm trying to get a good understanding of whether or not this seems. Wow. Okay, 0.6. All right. Whoa. Okay. Huh. All right, I think it's like barely there. Okay. It moves so damn fast. I want to kind of pause it. You know what? Actually, I think we could make it bigger. Okay, that won't work. Stop that, you jerk. All right. Here we go. Yeah, that's like slightly. All right, that's a little too much. I guess 0.6 is fine. Okay, so yeah, here we go. Whoosh. And that's it. That's okay. I feel like this is good. Oh yeah. If I turn off what is it? Collision shapes, I think I won't be able to see some of these lines. So here we go. Wee. Yeah, that's cool. Okay. I'll keep those on for now. I'm satisfied. I only wish I could, I don't know, not have to. Does this need to happen? No. Okay. All right, let's see here. Next holder position is next holder start. Yeah, I mean, these get reset. Does this one even move? It gets set to that. All right. And it doesn't even move the whole time. Does this one move? Well, this one does, yeah. Does it? Yes. I don't even think this one needs to get reset. Things are weird in the orthogonal world. All right. Yeah, a part of me is just like, if I do all of this, can I just do all this in one go? And for the callback, it'll be swap levels. Let's see. Bup, bup. Yeah. Let's try this. Whoop. That's it. This is literally how he transition levels. Which, speaking of which, I don't know if I should call this a staging system. It kind of is, in a way. But that's not a very good name for it, in my opinion. I'm looking at like very specific information. Okay. The Luigi vacuum. Oh, from that game where he vacuums. God damn it! I know what it's called. Apparently I don't. It's whatever. I know what you're talking about. Yeah, staging system. Okay, yeah. Having storing levels out here does seem to be giving more responsibility to the person who's managing these levels. Part of me is like, why aren't they just being run in here? Huh. That's funny. I don't even think we need any of this. Quite literally none of it. Okay, yeah. But I don't want that. I don't need that. Ooh, boo. All right. Doop. There it is. That's it. That's all it takes. Whoa. Cool. All right, I'm happy with that, except I'm kind of not because I think transition, let me think here. Okay. What happens when this says transition? We're instantiating a level and then we return an old one. And these are keeping track of levels, but like, I don't know what for. You know what we probably could do is just have. Yeah, I think we might want to do it this way, but only because we can control the level we have. Yeah, that's good. um, yeah, it'll probably be good to like handle this kind of stuff. Um, we'll need something to do that. I say, all right, here, tell you what. Staging system is an inadequate name in my opinion, but you know what is? Transition system. Level transition system. Now I'm thinking a staging system is an adequate name because level transition system is a long ass name and I don't like that. So I have to deal with all this GUI stuff. Now let's call it transition system. Okay. Transition system. Because frankly, staging system is like, what the hell is that, you know? I don't know. Don't even ask. You can't. Don't even try. Transition system. Yeah. Actually, I want to change my mind about everything. Because I don't know, the transition system feels like it should be more. This is just controlling like camera. Cinematic. Should I call it cinema staging? You know what? Let's change it. Let's change it back. We don't need to be fancy. We don't need to impress anyone. Oh, but I look at it again and I hate it. I hate the name. I don't like it. Staging. What does that mean? You know, like, I guess it's fine. It's fine. It's not at all fine, really. Oh, all right. It's like late, and I've worked on this quite a bit. I made some good progress. Yeah, this is not like, I don't know. I feel like the level transition system, or like level system, should be doing the instantiation as well as probably like handing off controls and, I don't know, other bits of information. So it feels like this is just for camera stuff. This is all here for camera movement. That's all it does. So we swap levels, we run stage. Run stage, probably I don't know, run stages would be a good way to put it. It's funny because we got rid of that variable, so now there's really no semblance of it in our names anywhere. That's okay. Is this used? Yeah. Eh. No, it's not. All right, well, I'm just going to clean some stuff up. Eventually, I'm going to look at this and I'm going to go, what the hell am I looking at? And it's nice to know what you're doing. Hold start. Yeah, I need to use that. And then I'm okay with these values, frankly. I don't even know if I want these to be. I'll leave them for now. I'll leave them. But we at least have, yeah, because this is just flipping and moving. Staging is fine. I'm bearing it. I'm done with it. I'm gonna call it a day. I'm gonna close this out. Cool. All right. Staging system complete. Yeah. Cool. Thanks. All right. It's late. That's it for me. I need to make dinner and do other things. So thanks for watching. Thanks for stopping by. Thank you, Ark, for the chats and everything. Good luck with your shredder. And yeah, don't forget to try something new.